Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting the subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. The skies above Dualora fractured with crimson light as Mount Infernus awakened from its millennium-long slumber. Ash clouds spiraled upward, their tendrils clawing at the crystal spires of Erelith, the floating elven kingdom that had for centuries remained untouched by the troubles of the world below. In the elven observatory, Seraphina Moon Whisper stood frozen, her silver eyes reflecting the mountain's fury. Her slender fingers tightened around her moonbow, the enchanted weapon that had tasted the blood of 100 dwarves. "The mountain speaks again," whispered Elder Cylindra, her ancient voice trembling as she approached. After 1,000 years of silence, Seraphina's jaw tightened. "Let it burn. Perhaps the flames will cleanse the realm of dwarven filth once and for all." The bitterness in her voice echoed through the crystalline chamber. 12 years had passed since the Battle of Cindervale, where dwarven war machines had slaughtered her family, leaving her the last of the Moon Whisper line. 12 years of hatred, honed to a lethal edge. "You speak from pain, child," Cylindra said, placing a weathered hand on Seraphina's shoulder. "But the prophecy is clear. The eternal fire threatens both kingdoms. The council has chosen you as our emissary. To work with a dwarf," Seraphina spat, her voice laced with venom. "I would rather embrace the lava myself. Not just any dwarf, Bromir Ironheart. Far below, beneath the tangled roots of the Evergrove forest, the vast dwarven city of Khazak-Dur trembled with each new tremor from Mount Infernus. In the Engineering Guild's central chamber, Bromir Ironheart hunched over intricate blueprints, his thick fingers smudged with ink and soot. Unlike his kin, whose beards hung to their belts in braided glory, Bromir's was cropped short, a constant reminder of his dishonor. "The Stoneheart Council summons you," announced a guard, his voice echoing against the stone walls. Bromir looked up, surprise etched on his face. Since his exile 5 years ago for advocating cooperation with the Elves, the Council had never acknowledged his existence. "Has the world turned upside down?" he muttered, setting aside his designs for a water cooling system that might save the lower tunnels if the lava breached their defenses. In the ancient council chamber, carved from a single massive emerald, 7 elders awaited. Hythane Durgan, Stonehammer's voice rumbled like distant thunder as he addressed the disgraced engineer. "Mount Infernus awakens. The ancient texts speak of the forge of eternal fire at its heart, a power that could save or destroy our realm. You will journey there." Bromir stroked his short beard thoughtfully. "And why choose a pariah for this honor?" "Because you understand elven ways," growled Durgan. "And your companion for this mission is elven." Bromir's eyes widened. "Companion, what mad—" "Seraphina Moon Whisper." The name struck Bromir like a hammer blow. Every dwarf knew of the Moon Whisper archer, the Silver Death, who had slain dozens of their kind in the border skirmishes following Cindervale. "You send me to my execution," he said quietly. Durgan's eyes narrowed. "Perhaps to our salvation." Dawn broke cold and grey over the Twilight Pass, the neutral ground where the unlikely emissaries would meet. Seraphina arrived first, her silver-white hair gleaming against her forest-green cloak. her face a mask of cold determination. When Bromir appeared, climbing the rocky path with the steady gait of his people, their eyes met across the divide. He was shorter than she expected, though broad as an oak. His auburn beard was strangely short, and his eyes, an unusual amber color, studied her with intelligence rather than the brutish hatred she anticipated. "Moon Whisper," he acknowledged with a stiff nod. "Dwarf," she replied, not bothering with his name. "Ironheart," he corrected, a flash of irritation crossing his features. "Dun, if we're to die together in that infernal mountain, you might at least use my name in the cursing." A reluctant truce established, they began their ascent toward Mount Infernus, whose peak now glowed with menacing orange light. The journey took them through the Whispering Valley, where ancient willows bent low, their branches brushing against travelers as if searching for secrets. Neither spoke more than necessary, the silence between them deeper than the chasm that divided their kingdoms. On the third night, as they camped in the shadow of a stone archway carved by a civilization long forgotten, the first attack came. Shadow wraiths, twisted creatures born of volcanic gas and ancient magic, descended upon them, their ethereal claws reaching for warm flesh. Seraphina's bow sang, silver arrows piercing the darkness with trails of moonlight. Bromir unsheathed twin hammers that crackled with lightning runes. Back to back they fought, elf and dwarf, their movements gradually synchronizing as they faced the common foe. When the last wraith dissolved into nothingness, they found themselves breathing hard, pressed against each other. "Your aim is true," Bromir admitted grudgingly, wiping black ichor from his face. "Your hammers strike harder than I expected," Seraphina replied, the faintest hint of respect coloring her voice. The next day brought them to the Obsidian Fields, a vast expanse where the mountain had once before disgorged its fury. Black glass crunched beneath their boots as they picked their way forward, the heat growing more intense with each step. "Why do you wear your beard short?" Seraphina asked suddenly, breaking hours of silence. Bromir's face darkened. "It was cut as punishment. I designed a bridge to span the great divide between our realms. I proposed trade instead of war." "So you're a traitor to your kind," she said, but the expected venom was absent from her voice. "I'm a dwarf who tired of counting our dead," he answered simply. "And you? What drives the legendary Silver Death besides hatred?" Seraphina walked several paces before answering. "Justice, balance. I lost everyone at Cindervale. Not everyone was guilty," Bromir said quietly. "Weren't they?" she challenged, turning to face him. "Where were the dwarven voices calling for peace when the war machines rolled?" "Some were silenced," he replied, unconsciously touching his shorn beard. "Others never given a chance to speak." As they neared the mountain's base, the ground became treacherous, riven with cracks that belched sulphurous steam. It was Bromir who noticed the pattern, not random fissures, but ancient dwarven runes intertwined with elven script, forming a path visible only to those who knew both languages. "It's a guide," he realized aloud, "created by someone who understood both our peoples." Together, they deciphered the hidden trail that led them to a concealed entrance not on any map, a perfect arch, half carved in dwarven geometric precision, half grown from living wood in the elven tradition. The passageway descended steeply, taking them into the mountain's heart. As the heat became nearly unbearable, they encountered the Guardians, elemental constructs of stone, fire and magic that tested not only their combat prowess, but their willingness to protect each other. After the final Guardian fell, they stood before a vast chamber door inscribed with a prophecy in the most ancient form of both their languages. "When the mountain wakes from slumber deep, two children of divided blood must leap. into the heart where eternal fire gleams. United, stronger than apart, it seems, one born of stars, one child of stone, neither can face the task alone. The chamber beyond took their breath away, not from the searing heat, but from its impossible beauty. The forge of eternal fire blazed at the center, floating above a lake of liquid flame. The walls were a perfect blend of crystal and stone, reflecting and refracting the firelight into 1,000 rainbow hues. Before the forge stood a figure unlike any they had seen, tall as an elf, yet broad as a dwarf, with eyes that held the wisdom of millennia. "I am Thalion," the figure announced, his voice resonating with power. "I have waited long for the bearers to arrive." "What manner of creature are you?" demanded Seraphina, her bow half raised. A smile crinkled Thalion's ageless face. "I am what your peoples could become. Half elven, half dwarven, wholly rejected by both." Understanding dawned on Bromir's face. The hidden scriptures speak of the first smith, while our legends tell of the eternal warden, Seraphina finished, astonishment replacing suspicion. "One and the same," Thalion confirmed. "I created this forge when the world was young, before hatred divided what was meant to be united." He gestured toward the restless mountain around them. "I have awakened Infernus not to destroy, but to prepare. The star devourers approach from beyond the void, entities that consume worlds. Only the combined might of elf and dwarf can forge the weapons needed to repel them." "Why should we believe you?" Seraphina challenged. "Why should I trust the fate of my people to dwarven hands?" "Because you already have," Thalion replied softly. "Who mines the star metal for your arrows? Who grows the heartwood for their shields? Apart, your peoples are strong. Together, you are invincible." He stepped aside, revealing 2 amulets floating above the forge, one of silver and starlight, one of gold and deep stone. "The choice is yours. Take the amulets, combine your essences with the eternal fire, and prepare your realms for what comes. Or leave, and watch as your divided kingdoms fall one by one." Seraphina and Bromir looked at each other, centuries of hatred and mistrust hanging between them. Then, slowly, Seraphina reached out her hand. After a moment's hesitation, Bromir's calloused fingers wrapped around her slender ones. "For Aerolith," she whispered. "For Kazak Dur," he replied. Together, they stepped toward the forge, the first united stride in 1,000 years. Behind them, Thalion smiled, hope kindling in his ancient eyes. The bearers of eternal fire had come at last, and with them the chance for a future where the children of stars and stone would stand as one against the darkness beyond. And as elf and dwarf reached for the amulets, the mountain's fury gentled, its rumbling transforming into a harmonious hum that echoed through both kingdoms, a song of fire and unity that would soon become legend. Story 2. The crystal mountains wept blood-red light into the evening sky as the first fissure split the ancient stone. A sound like the death wail of a forgotten god echoed across the valley, sending flocks of silver birds scattering in panicked constellations above the elven city of Silvertree. In the once impenetrable peaks that had stood as a barrier between the realms of light and shadow since the first dawn, a wound had opened, and through it poured creatures of nightmare, their forms shifting like smoke given malevolent purpose. Galahad Luster Aurora stood atop the western watchtower, his keen elven eyes narrowed as he tracked the spreading crimson light. 300 years of life had granted him patience beyond mortal comprehension, but even his immortal blood ran cold at the sight of the mountains breaching. As first archer of the luminescent guard, he had spent centuries perfecting his craft, his arrows finding their mark with uncanny precision guided by ancient elven magic. Now, Watching shadows coalesce into forms that should not exist in the waking world, he feared even his legendary aim might prove insufficient. "The shadow rift has opened," whispered Elder Moonshadow beside him, her ancient face grave beneath her circlet of enchanted silver, just as the prophecy foretold. Galahad's hand tightened around his bow of silverwood, its surface etched with runes that glowed faintly in the gathering darkness. "Agrees, then the time has come for the blade to be reforged." The elder's eyes, like pale moons in twilight, turned to him with solemn certainty. "You must undertake this quest, Galahad. The bloodline of Lusta Aurora has always been bound to the blade's fate." Though he knew the truth of her words, bitterness welled within him like dark wine. "My family has shed enough blood for ancient oaths. At the Battle of the Red Hills, my father fell to dwarven hammers while defending our southern borders. And yet, it is the dwarves who hold one fragment of the blade," the elder replied, her voice gentle but unyielding as the mountains themselves. "Adun, the prophecy speaks clearly. Only when elf and dwarf unite their purpose shall the blade of destiny be made whole again." Far below the crystal spires of Silvertree, beneath layers of stone where no sunlight had ever penetrated, Thoric Martello de Tempestad pumped the bellows of his forge with rhythmic precision. The chamber shook with another distant tremor, the third that day, sending fine dust cascading from the carved ceiling of his ancestral workshop in the dwarven stronghold of Moria. "The mountains grow restless," observed his sister Brynja, her beard braids adorned with iron beads that clicked softly as she set down a tray bearing a tankard of stone-brewed ale. "The Council of Elders has called an emergency conclave." Thoric grunted, driving his hammer down upon glowing metal with a force that sent sparks dancing across the rune-etched anvil. "Let them talk. Words won't seal stone." "They speak of the blade of broken destiny," Brynja continued, knowing her brother's apparent disinterest masked keen attention. "The human sage from Westreach claims the ancient prophecy is fulfilling itself. The shadows pour through the rifts in the crystal mountains, and neither steel nor spell can harm them." The hammer paused mid-strike. Thoric's eyes, dark as forged iron, narrowed beneath heavy brows. The blade was no mere legend to the Martello de Tempestad clan. Their ancestors had crafted its dwarf-forged hilt, imbuing the metal with unbreakable enchantments before the Great Sundering. When the blade shattered during the last alliance, one fragment had remained in dwarven keeping, secured in the deepest vault of Moria, guarded by traps and enchantments renewed with each generation. "The Council will never surrender our fragment," he said finally, returning to his work with measured strikes, "especially not to elves." Brynja's eyes reflected the forge fire as she studied her brother's impassive face. "The mountains care nothing for ancient grudges, brother. If the rifts continue to spread, both our kingdoms will fall to shadow." Dawn painted the eastern sky with pale gold when Galahad departed Silvertree, the elven fragment of the blade secured in a case of enchanted silver against his back. The delicate shard, once the gleaming tip of the legendary weapon, seemed to pulse with its own inner light, responding to the proximity of the growing shadow rifts. His path would take him first to the Dwarven realm, a journey no elf had undertaken in peace for over a century. The forest paths welcomed him, branches bending to clear his way in recognition of his bloodline's ancient pact with the woodlands. By midday, however, the familiar embrace of the forest ended at the stone-cut road leading to the eastern gates of Moria. Here, no trees would aid him. Here, he was merely an elf in dwarven lands, an unwelcome intruder at best, an enemy at worst. What Galahad could not know was that Thoric had already departed his underground home. emerging reluctantly into the sunlight with the dwarven fragment secured in a runed iron case at his belt. The council, persuaded by reports of shadow creatures approaching ever closer to their ventilation shafts, had entrusted the fragment to their finest smith, the one whose family had maintained its enchantments for generations. Their paths converged at Sentinel Bridge, an ancient stone structure spanning the chasm that divided their realms. Neither expected to find the other there. Both halted in shock at the sight of their ancestral enemy. "A dwarf," Galahad acknowledged, his melodic voice carefully emptied of emotion as his hand instinctively moved toward the quiver at his hip. "Elf," Thoric responded, his deeper tones equally measured while his fingers tightened around the haft of his warhammer. "These lands are dangerous for your kind." A tense silence stretched between them, centuries of inherited hatred condensing into the space of a heartbeat. It was broken by a sound that chilled them both, the unmistakable wail of shadow creatures, much closer than either had expected. The sky above them darkened unnaturally as winged forms blotted out the sun, creatures with bodies of twisting darkness and eyes like dying stars. Without word or plan, they moved in concert, Galahad's bow singing as enchanted arrows found their marks with impossible accuracy, Thoric's hammer becoming a blur of concentrated force as he intercepted those shadows that dove toward them. Neither spoke as they fought, their movements forming an unconscious harmony born of desperate necessity. When the last shadow dissolved under the combined assault of elven light magic and dwarven runecraft, they stood back to back on the bridge, breathing heavily as they surveyed the unnatural darkness still gathering around the distant crystal mountains. "You carry a fragment," Thoric stated, having glimpsed the silver case during their battle. "As do you," Galahad replied, noting the runed container at the dwarf's belt. "The prophecy finds its instruments, whether we will it or not." A reluctant understanding passed between them. The legends spoke of 3 fragments, one kept by the Elves, one by the Dwarves, and one lost in the forbidden lands where neither people ventured. Alone, each was powerful but incomplete. United, they could seal the shadow rifts that threatened both their realms. My father died at the Battle of Red Hills," Galahad said quietly, testing the waters of their fragile truce. His last words spoke not of vengeance, but of regret for bloodshed between our peoples. Thoric's expression remained impassive, though something flickered in his dark eyes. "My grandfather fell in the same battle. He took an elven arrow through his throat." Another silence, heavier than the first. "Yet here we stand," Galahad observed, "fighting the same enemy. Circumstance makes strange allies," Thoric conceded grudgingly. "The 3rd fragment lies in the Forbidden Lands. Neither of us can retrieve it alone. Then we travel together," Galahad concluded, "until our quest is complete." Thus began an alliance born of necessity rather than trust, a journey that would take them through landscapes transformed by shadow magic, where reality itself bent and warped around the growing rifts. They traveled in silence at first, each watching the other for signs of betrayal, each surprised when such signs never manifested. The Forbidden Lands greeted them with skies of emerald and violet, with forests whose trees whispered secrets in forgotten tongues, with plains where the grass flowed like water beneath winds that carried the scent of other worlds. Here, the boundaries between realities had always been thin. Now, with the shadow rifts growing, those boundaries threatened to dissolve completely. It was on the 3rd night of their journey, camped beside a pool of water that reflected stars not visible in the sky above, that the first real conversation passed between them. "Why does your kind hate mine so deeply?" Galahad asked as he carefully restrung his bow. "And the histories I studied speak of natural antipathy, as if elves and dwarves were created as opposites." Thoric, in the midst of reinforcing the enchantments on his hammer, paused thoughtfully. Our legends tell that elves betrayed the original alliance at the dawn of time, hoarding magic that should have been shared. Curious, Galahad mused. Our histories claim dwarves attempted to steal elven secrets, forcing us to withdraw our trust. For the first time, a smile, brief as lightning, crossed Thoric's stern features. Perhaps both tales serve those who would keep us divided. The implication hung between them like an unsheathed blade. What if the ancient enmity had been cultivated rather than inborn? What if some third force had benefited from the sundering of elven grace and dwarven strength? Their suspicions grew stronger when they reached the Temple of Forgotten Echoes, where the third fragment reportedly lay. Ancient murals decorated walls of stone so perfectly fitted that not even a whisper could pass between blocks. These images showed elves and dwarves working in harmony, crafting wonders neither race could have achieved alone, including the forging of a magnificent blade, its creation overseen by a being who stood in shadow even in the painted scene. "The Lord of Shadows," Thoric whispered, recognition dawning in his eyes. "The one our deepest legends warn against, the manipulator who whispers division and discord. We called him the Twilight Voice," Galahad added, a cold certainty settling in his immortal heart. "The shadow behind 1,000 misunderstandings." The final fragment rested on an altar at the temple's heart, guarded by a spectral keeper who tested not their strength or magic, but the sincerity of their alliance. Only when they stood truly united in purpose, ancient hatreds set aside, did the Guardian permit them to claim the central fragment of the blade, the part that would bind the others together. With all three fragments in their possession, they journeyed to the heart of the Crystal Mountains, where the largest shadow rift pulsed like an open wound in the fabric of reality. The way was treacherous, paths crumbling beneath their feet as shadow creatures launched increasingly desperate attacks. They fought side by side now without hesitation or doubt, their combat styles blending in ways that would have astounded their respective peoples. When they at last stood before the primary rift, winds of unnatural force howling around them and darkness seeping like black blood from the tear in reality, they placed the three fragments on a natural altar of crystal that gleamed with inner light. "The prophecy speaks of one final requirement," Galahad said solemnly, "a sacrifice of blood from both peoples, freely given to bind the blade anew." Thoric nodded grimly. "Our legends speak the same truth. The forging must be sealed with life essence." They stood in silence, each knowing what the other contemplated. A small sacrifice would not suffice. The reforging required life itself. "My people are few and fading," Galahad said finally. "Each elven life lost diminishes our collective memory, our connection to the world's beginning. And my people are needed to maintain the underground realms," Thoric countered. "Without dwarven craft, the mountains themselves might collapse, destroying both our kingdoms." From the shadow rift, a cold laughter emerged, the voice of the ancient manipulator finally revealing himself. The Lord of Shadows, the Twilight Voice, the architect of division who had waited millennia for this moment of weakened barriers. "Choose, children of light and stone," the voice mocked. "Sacrifice one kingdom to save the other, or watch as both fall to endless night." In that moment, something passed between elf and dwarf, an understanding deeper than words, a recognition of kinship that transcended their superficial differences. Without speaking, they clasped hands above the fragments, each drawing a blade with their free hand. "Neither," they answered in unison. What followed would be recorded differently in the annals of both peoples, each version containing partial truth. Some said they each contributed blood in equal measure. their combined sacrifice sufficient to reforge the blade. Others claimed they discovered a third option, channeling the Shadow Lord's own power against him to complete the ritual. The truth was both simpler and more profound. As shadows surged around them and the rift expanded hungrily, Galahad and Thoric found the courage to trust completely, each offering a portion of their life essence, not enough to die, but enough to forever carry the mark of the other's kind within them. Elven immortality flowed into dwarven veins. Dwarven resilience strengthened elven heart. Neither fully sacrificed, yet both were forever changed. The blade of destiny reformed in a column of light that shot skyward, sealing rifts across the mountains with a sound like the world's first song. As the light faded, the newly forged blade hovered before them, no longer three separate fragments, but a seamless whole. Elven grace and dwarven strength united in perfect balance. When they finally returned to their respective realms, they carried not only the reforged blade, which would be kept in a neutral temple built at Sentinel Bridge, but also a truth more powerful than any weapon. The knowledge that their people's division had never been inevitable, but the careful work of a shadow that fed on discord. A shadow that could only be banished by the light of understanding and the solid foundation of trust. In the centuries that followed, the alliance between Silvertree and Moria grew slowly but steadily, nurtured by two leaders who bore the marks of their shared sacrifice. An elven archer whose hair now held strands of dwarf dark resilience, and a dwarven smith whose eyes sometimes caught the light with immortal gleam. Story 3. In the borderlands, where the ancient forest of Lumina Haven met the towering mountains of Stoneheart, stood the Singing Tree, a colossal living wonder whose immense trunk bridged the gap between surface and underground. Its branches stretched toward the heavens, crowned with leaves that shimmered like emeralds in sunlight, while its roots plunged deep into the earth, weaving through caverns and crystal chambers of the dwarven realm below. For millennia, the Arvery Cantora had thrived, its perpetual melody sustaining the magic that kept both kingdoms in harmonious balance. The elven Lumina Haven above, with its ethereal beauty, and the dwarven Stoneheart below, with its majestic grandeur. Until the day the first note fell silent. The change came subtly at first, a missing note in the complex melody that few noticed. Then another note vanished, and another, leaving gaps in the ancient song like missing teeth in a once perfect smile. As the melody fragmented, springs in the elven forests began to dry, while fissures appeared in the dwarven tunnels. Crystal growths that had illuminated underground halls for generations dimmed, and trees that had flowered continuously for centuries dropped their blossoms prematurely. In the highest spire of Lumina Haven, where the Elven Council of Everlight convened beneath a dome of enchanted glass, a young mage named Lyra Folha de Prata pressed her palm against the window pane, her silver-flecked eyes fixed on the distant Singing Tree. Unlike the elders who debated endlessly about ancient texts and potential remedies, Lyra possessed a rare gift. Her voice could blend with the songs of growing things, healing blighted groves and awakening dormant seeds. Yet even her abilities had begun to wane as the tree's melody faltered. "The council seeks solutions in scrolls and memories," whispered her mentor, Archdruid Thistlewind, his ancient face creased with worry as he joined her at the window. "But I fear this malady has no precedent in our records." Lyra's fingers curled against the cool glass. "Then perhaps the answer lies not in our history alone." That same evening, deep beneath the mountains in the Stoneheart Forge halls, Dane Corazon de Pedra set aside his sculpting tools with uncharacteristic abruptness. The stone before him, a rare blue marble veined with silver, had suddenly fallen silent. As the foremost sculptor among his people, Dain possessed the extraordinary ability to hear the music within stone, to coax forth shapes that already dwelled in the mountain's heart. Yet now, as he pressed his ear to the marble's smooth surface, he heard only discordant whispers. "The heart song fades," he murmured to his uncle, Master Mason Thoric, who oversaw the great forges. Just as the seers predicted, Thoric's hand, calloused from centuries of craftsmanship, came to rest on his nephew's shoulder. The Council of Stone believes it to be an elven plot, that they seek to weaken our foundations. Dain shook his head, his braided beard swinging with the vehemence of his disagreement. "Stone does not lie, uncle. This silence comes from deeper than any elven magic could reach." That night, beneath the light of twin moons, one silver, one amber, both Lyra and Dain dreamed the same dream. They stood before the singing tree as its remaining notes trembled in the air like visible threads of gold. 7 glowing stones appeared, scattered across a map of realms both familiar and strange. And a voice like the convergence of wind through leaves and echoes in deep caverns spoke a single command: "Find the harmonic stones, restore the song." Before the final note fades, they awoke simultaneously, leagues apart yet united by purpose, and began their journeys toward the singing tree from opposite directions. Their first meeting at the base of the Arvore Cantora bristled with the tension of centuries of separation between their peoples. Lyra arrived with the dawn, her slender form draped in robes the color of spring leaves, her silver hair catching the first light. Dain emerged from a hidden tunnel at the same moment, his stocky frame clad in leather and mithril, ornate runes etched into the bands that held his dark beard. "A dwarf," Lyra observed, her melodic voice carefully neutral despite her surprise. "An elf," Dain replied, his deeper tones equally measured. "And the dream called you as well, then?" Neither moved to close the distance between them, centuries of ingrained caution holding them in place like insects in amber. It was the tree itself that broke their standoff. A shower of golden leaves spiraling down to form a map upon the ground between them, more detailed than the one in their shared dream. The first harmonic stone awaited in the crystal caverns. 3 days' journey into dwarven territory. "I know these tunnels," Dain said, studying the luminous map. "Many are unstable now that the tree's song falters." Lyra knelt opposite him, careful not to breach the unspoken boundary. "Then I will need a guide." The words cost her visible effort, an admission that her elven magic would not suffice. Dain's dark eyes narrowed. "As I will need light where dead crystals no longer glow." An equal concession. Thus began an alliance fragile as new ice, born of necessity rather than trust. They entered the underground realm together, a pair so mismatched that they drew stares from the few dwarven sentries they encountered, stares that turned to outright hostility at the sight of Lyra's elven features. Dain's status granted them passage, though whispers of traitor and elf friend followed in their wake. The crystal caverns lived up to their name, even in their diminished state. Vast chambers opened before them, where crystal formations jutted from floor to ceiling in patterns that once reflected the singing tree's melody in harmonious light. Now they pulsed erratically, like the heartbeat of a dying creature. "It was here," Dain murmured, his voice hushed with appropriate reverence, "that my people first learned to hear the songs of stone." Lyra paused before a cluster of crystals, their facets dull where they should have sparkled. Without thinking, she began to hum, a fragment of the tree's melody as she had known it in her childhood. The crystals nearest her brightened in response, resonating with her voice. Dain's breath caught. "You know the deep song? Is that what your people call it?" Lyra continued the melody, watching the crystals pulse in time with her notes. "We name it the Canopy Chorus, I've known it since before I could speak. Something shifted between them then, the first crack in the wall of mutual suspicion. As they ventured deeper into the caverns, Dain revealed how the same melody guided dwarven craftsmen in their most sacred works, while Lyra spoke of how elven children learned to sing with the forest from their earliest days. The first harmonic stone rested on a natural pedestal in the heart of the caverns, a perfect sphere of deep blue crystal that thrummed with inner light. As Lyra reached for it, the stone projected images into the air around them, elves and dwarves working side by side to plant the singing tree in an age long forgotten, their magic intertwining as roots took hold and branches reached skyward. "This cannot be," Dain whispered, though the certainty in his voice had faltered. "Undo our histories speak of elves as ancient enemies, as do ours of dwarves," Lyra replied, equally shaken as the vision showed the nurturing of the young tree through combined efforts, elven song encouraging growth above, dwarven craft strengthening roots below. The remaining harmonic stones led them on a journey across realms of increasing wonder and peril. From the whispering marshes where mist wraiths sought to lure them astray, to the forge of first fire deep within a dormant volcano where elemental salamanders tested their resolve. With each stone recovered, more of the true history unveiled itself, and the tenuous alliance between elf and dwarf strengthened into something neither had anticipated: friendship. The fourth stone, found in the mirrored glade, where reality reflected itself in endless recursion, revealed the most painful truth. The vision showed two figures, an elven woman with Lyra's silver hair and a dwarven man whose beard bore the distinctive braiding pattern of Dain's family line. They stood together beneath the singing tree, hands clasped as they spoke vows in the combined language of both peoples. Their union, the stone's memory revealed, had been meant to heal the growing rift between the realms after centuries of slow separation. Instead, they had been discovered by conspirators from both sides, elven and dwarven extremists who feared the dilution of their bloodlines and cultures. The lovers were ambushed beneath the very tree they sought to protect. Their deaths, hidden from the histories of both peoples, had begun the slow failing of the Arvori Cantora, which had been nurtured by their combined magic. They were our parents, Lyra realized, tears flowing freely down her face as the vision showed the elven woman hiding a newborn among the roots of a lesser tree, where elven foresters would find her. "And mine took me to raise as pure dwarven," Dain added, his voice rough with emotion as the image shifted to show the dying dwarf entrusting his infant son to his brother, Thoric, who had raised Dain, never knowing the truth of his heritage. The final harmonic stone awaited at the crown of the singing tree itself, where no dwarf had ever ventured and few elves had dared to climb. They reached it as the tree's song clung to its last three notes, a fragmented melody that barely sustained the realms. Around them, representatives of both peoples had gathered, drawn by rumors of the quest, some seeking to stop what they viewed as sacrilege, others desperate for any solution to the failing magic. The stone, a perfect sphere of crystal that contained what looked like captured moonlight, rose to hover between them as they stood on the highest branch. Below, elven archers nocked arrows while dwarven engineers readied throwing mechanisms, each side assuming betrayal from the other. "How do we activate it?" Dain asked, ignoring the growing tension below. Lyra's silver eyes reflected the stone's inner light. "Will we complete the circle our parents began?" Understanding passed between them. Simultaneously, they began the melody. Lyra's voice soaring in the high notes that spoke of sunlight and open skies, Dain's deeper tones resonating with the harmonics of stone and earth. The final harmonic stone pulsed between them, drawing the other six to rise from the pouch at Dain's belt, arranging themselves in a circle around the tree's crown. As their voices twined together in perfect harmony, the stones blazed with light that flowed down through branches and up through roots, restoring the golden glow to every part of the singing tree. The full melody returned, note by note, washing over the assembled elves and dwarves below like a tide of remembered joy. But the tree's revival was only beginning. As the song reached its crescendo, the massive trunk shifted, bark rearranging to form the suggestion of a face, ancient, wise, and unmistakably aware. The consciousness of the Arvere Cantora, dormant since the sundering of the peoples, awakened once more. "My guardians return," it spoke. Its voice felt more than heard, resonating through wood and stone, leaf and crystal. "The children of unity have found their heritage at last." The revelation silenced the potential conflict below. The tree continued, its message reaching every elf and dwarf within leagues. "I was created from both magics, planted as the symbol and source of your complementary strengths. What was sundered by fear must now be rejoined by courage, for a greater threat approaches. The world devourers stir in the void between stars, sensing the weakening of this realm's protections." Lyra and Dane stood side by side, no longer separated by the invisible boundary of ancient prejudice. Below them, elves and dwarves regarded each other with new understanding, centuries of mistrust beginning to crack like ice in spring thaw. "And what happens now?" Dane asked quietly, his hand finding Lyra's with the naturalness of long friendship. She turned to him, the silver in her eyes now matched by strands of silver in her hair, a mark of her awakened dual heritage. "Now we rebuild what was broken. Together." Around the base of the singing tree, elves and dwarves took cautious steps toward one another as the full melody washed over them, reminding blood and bone of an alliance older than their division. There would be resistance and setbacks in the days to come, centuries of separation to overcome. But as the tree's song filled the air once more, complete, unbroken and stronger than before, the first tentative foundations of unity began to form. In the tree's crown, the 7 harmonic stones continued to orbit, their light pulsing in time with the melody that would sustain both realms against the darkness gathering beyond the stars, a darkness that could only be faced by guardians united in purpose and power, as they were always meant to be. Story 4. The crystal throne of Valoria stood empty for 3 centuries, its translucent surface catching the light that streamed through stained glass windows high above. Unlike ordinary thrones of wood or metal, this seat of power pulsed with its own inner radiance, sometimes brilliant as noonday sun, other times subdued as starlight through morning mist. Surrounded by a dome of alabaster and gold, the throne room occupied the exact center of the ethereal palace, where the borders of elven and dwarven territories met in an uneasy convergence. No monarch had sat upon the crystal throne since the calamitous end of the last concordance, when Queen Elisandra and King Thordan had perished simultaneously, their final words lost in the chaos of betrayal and bloodshed. In the centuries since, an impenetrable barrier of shimmering magic had surrounded the throne, repelling all who approached, elf and dwarf alike, with a force that increased in proportion to the determination of those who tested it. Until the morning when the runes appeared, they manifested without warning or witness, glowing sigils etched into the crystal surface, half in the flowing script of the elves, half in the angular runes of dwarven stonecraft. Palace custodians discovered them at dawn, sparking immediate alarm throughout the divided kingdom. By midday, the throne room filled with royal advisors, mages and warriors from both realms, each group maintaining a careful distance from the other, united only in their bewilderment. Erindel Olhos de Estrella stood at the periphery of the elven delegation, his tall figure draped in diplomatic robes of midnight blue embroidered with silver constellations. Unlike his kin, who regarded the dwarven contingent with barely concealed disdain, Erindel's gaze held only thoughtful curiosity. His advocacy for cooperation between the realms had cost him his position in the High Council of Silverleaf and earned him exile to this borderland posting. Across the polished marble floor, separated by centuries of mistrust, stood Brindel Punho de Ferro, her compact frame encased in ceremonial armor that bore the dents and scars of actual combat. The insignia of a general gleamed on her pauldron, though whispers followed her through the halls of Ironheart's citadel, whispers that she had spent too many years studying elven battle tactics, that she secretly admired their artistic achievements. Such whispers were dangerous in the militaristic dwarven society, yet her battlefield prowess had thus far shielded her from outright condemnation. Their eyes met across the throne room, recognition passing between them from scholarly conclaves where they had observed each other from a distance, neither daring to acknowledge the other openly. As the assembled dignitaries argued about the meaning of the runes, a sound like crystal chimes filled the air. The runes on the throne brightened, then projected their light outward, forming words that hovered in the air above the seat of power. When darkness rises between the worlds, only together shall ancient enemies prevent the unmaking of all. The twin guardians must awaken what sleeps beneath the palace of light and shadow. The message repeated in both elven and dwarven tongues, then faded, leaving stunned silence in its wake. "Propaganda!" bellowed Lord Thanner of the Elven Conclave. "Dwarven trickery to claim rights to the palace." "Ridiculous," countered Thane Dromir of the Iron Council. "More likely elven enchantment meant to lure us into some trap." As accusations flew across the throne room, only Erindel and Brindle remained silent, their attention fixed not on the political posturing, but on a new phenomenon, the faintest of whispers emanating from the throne itself, audible seemingly to them alone. "Come closer," the throne beckoned in a voice like wind through ancient hollows. "The chosen ones, the believers. Come." Without planning or coordination, they moved forward simultaneously, slipping past their distracted kinsmen. As they approached the magical barrier that had repelled all others for centuries, the shimmering field parted before them like mist before morning sun. Gasps echoed through the throne room as the two figures, elf and dwarf, stood before the crystal throne, untouched by its defensive magic. The whispers grew louder, forming words that only they could hear. "Below the forgotten halls, seek the truth that was hidden. Hurry, for the darkness between worlds stirs from its slumber." Before either delegation could intervene, the floor beneath Erindel and Brindle shimmered and dissolved, sending them plummeting downward through layers of palace and foundation, through stone and earth, until they landed with surprising gentleness in a corridor untouched by living beings for centuries. "Well," Brindle said, brushing dust from her armor as she surveyed the ancient hallway with its walls of polished obsidian inlaid with veins of luminous crystal. "It appears we've been volunteered for a quest. Diplomat Olhos de Estrella." Erindel's lips curved in a wry smile as he conjured a sphere of silver light to better illuminate their surroundings. "So it seems, General Punho de Ferro. Though I admit, this is more interesting than listening to another century of arguments over territorial boundaries." "Agreed," the dwarf responded, her gruff voice carrying a note of unexpected humor. "Though I should warn you, if this is indeed a trap, I'll be obligated to mention your people's treachery in the battle song composed about my heroic demise." "And if we somehow survive," Erindel countered, "I shall write a terribly flowery poem about your unexpected capacity for diplomatic conversation." Their laughter, Surprising, genuine, shared, echoed down corridors that had known only silence for 300 years. The forgotten halls beneath the ethereal palace unfolded before them like pages from a book long thought lost to time. Corridors opened into chambers adorned with murals depicting scenes neither recognized from their respective histories. Elves and dwarves working side by side to construct wonders, crafting artifacts of immense power, defending the realms against shadowy entities that slithered between dimensions. "This contradicts everything in our historical records," Arundel murmured, his scholar's mind cataloguing the discrepancies as they passed beneath an arch carved with interlocking symbols of both peoples. Or rather, Brindle suggested, her tactical mind making connections with swift precision. It reveals what was deliberately removed from those records. Each chamber deepened the mystery. They discovered a library where books written in combined Elven-Dwarven script detailed a harmonious age when the two races had been created as complementary guardians of the world. They found an armory containing weapons forged by Dwarven hands but enchanted with Elven magic, designed to combat entities from beyond the veil of reality. Most disturbing were the chronicles describing the systematic manipulation of both peoples by shape-shifting entities called the Void Whisperers, beings that could assume the form of elf or dwarf, who had spent centuries sowing discord, rewriting histories, and turning natural allies into bitter enemies. "The War of 1,000 Winters," Brindle whispered, referring to the conflict that had decimated both populations 3 centuries earlier. "It was engineered a diversion, while our peoples slaughtered each other," Arundel continued, the horror of realization darkening his luminous eyes. "These void whisperers weakened the barriers between dimensions. Their path eventually led to a circular chamber at the very foundation of the palace. At its center stood a pedestal bearing a crystal orb that contained what appeared to be a swirling galaxy in miniature, stars and nebulae in constant, hypnotic motion. As they approached, the orb pulsed with recognition. Light streamed from it, coalescing into the spectral form of a being both elven and dwarven in aspect, its voice resonating with power that had waited patiently through the long centuries. "The barrier sphere has protected the realms since the Sundering, but its power wanes as the eclipse approaches. The darkness between worlds gathers its strength. Without the twin guardians taking their rightful places, all shall be consumed." "Twin guardians?" Brindle questioned, her hand instinctively moving to the warhammer at her belt. The spectral figure gestured, and the light reshaped to show the crystal throne above, not empty as they had always known it, but occupied by 2 figures seated side by side, one elven, one dwarven, their joined hands channeling power that formed a dome of protection around the entire kingdom. "That's not possible," Arundel protested. "Our peoples can barely occupy the same room without diplomatic incidents, let alone share rulership. The throne was never meant for one ruler, but for 2 complementary powers," the apparition explained. "Elven magic to perceive and channel the energies of creation, dwarven craft to structure and fortify those energies. Together, they maintained the Great Barrier. Apart, they weaken with each passing year." The spectral light shifted again, showing a darkness seeping through cracks in reality, tendrils of void that corrupted all they touched. "The convergence comes with the double eclipse, 17 days hence. The barriers will be at their weakest. Without the throne empowered by its rightful guardians, the Void Whisperers will open the way for their masters' return." "And you believe we are these guardians?" Brindle asked, skepticism evident in her tone despite the wonders they had witnessed. "You were drawn to one another's wisdom, despite centuries of conditioned hatred. You questioned the divisions others accepted without thought. The throne recognizes its own. The apparition began to fade, its energy diminishing after delivering its message across the span of ages. Convince your peoples of the truth before the eclipse. Unite what was sundered, or watch as all is unmade. As the spectral light dissolved, Eärendil and Brindle stood in silence, the weight of impossible responsibility settling upon them like a physical burden. The path back to the surface appeared, a stairway spiraling upward through stone, leading eventually to the throne room where their respective delegations would be demanding explanations, where centuries of hatred and suspicion awaited. "They'll never believe us," Brindle said finally, her voice uncharacteristically quiet. My thanes will sooner execute me for treason than accept that our most sacred historical accounts were manipulations. And my council will likely banish me to the Twilight Isles for suggesting we share power with dwarves. Eärendil agreed. Yet we must try. The dwarf general studied her companion's face, seeing beyond the elven features that her people had been taught to distrust. Why did you advocate for cooperation, even before knowing any of this? It cost you your position, your standing. Eärendil's star-flecked eyes held a wisdom born of centuries of observation. Because hatred requires so much energy to maintain, General Punho de Ferro, I always suspected our people's natural state was not enmity, but alliance. And you? Why did you study our battle tactics with such dedication? Brindle's weathered face softened momentarily. Because they were beautiful, she admitted. Effective and beautiful. And I have never believed that beauty and strength must be separate virtues. Understanding passed between them, the first fragile thread of connection that might, against all odds, restore what had been broken for 300 years. 17 days to convince our peoples to overcome 3 centuries of hatred, Eärendil mused, as they began the ascent toward uncertainty. Brindle's laugh held both determination and the grim humor for which her kind was renowned. And then, should we somehow succeed, we must sit on a magic throne together and face interdimensional horrors. Indeed, the elf agreed with surprising lightness. Though I warn you, diplomat that I am, I may insist we discuss trade agreements during the battle. And I, countered the dwarf general with newfound camaraderie, shall demand regular breaks for proper meals. One cannot defend reality on an empty stomach. Their laughter echoed up the stairwell, a small defiance against the darkness gathering between the worlds. Above them, the crystal throne pulsed with renewed hope, waiting for its guardians to reclaim their forgotten destiny. Story 5. The skies above the 5 kingdoms wept fire on the night Zirathax died. The last of the ancient dragons, keeper of primordial wisdom, collapsed atop the crystal spire with a roar that shattered windows in cities leagues away. As his massive form began to dissolve into motes of lambent light, something miraculous occurred. His scales, rather than turning to ash, crystallized into shimmering fragments that scattered across the realms like falling stars, each one pulsing with arcane energy and ancient memory. In the verdant towers of Sylvanheit, where elven spires twisted among the crowns of millennium-old trees, Archimage Talon Dancer de Chamas witnessed the dragons passing through his astrolabe of celestial convergence. His slender fingers, adorned with rings of enchanted moonsilver, trembled as he tracked the trajectory of each scale. For centuries, he had dedicated his existence to documenting draconic lore, filling countless tomes with carefully preserved knowledge that most of his kind dismissed as irrelevant to their eternal pursuits. At last, he whispered, his ageless face illuminated by the magical symbols swirling across his observatory walls. The eternal dragon's final gift is revealed. Far below the surface of the world, deep within the molten heart of the Iron Mountains, Master Smith Grimna Molder Destinos slammed her hammer down upon her anvil with such force that sparks danced across the runes etched into the floor of her forge. The tremors of Zirathax's death had resonated through stone and metal, speaking to her in the secret language known only to the most skilled of dwarven crafters. Her ancestors had been forging dragon-touched artifacts since before the sundering of the ancient continent, their blood carrying memories of alliances long forgotten by surface dwellers. "The last dragon falls," she murmured, her beard braids clinking with ornaments of power as she moved to the wall where ancient formulae had been carved. The scales must be gathered before fools squander their power." Neither knew that they would set out at dawn's first light, each determined to reach the fallen scales before the other. Their paths had crossed before in the great libraries and at scholarly conclaves, their debates about draconic nature legendary for their intensity and barely concealed animosity. Where Talon sought preservation of knowledge, Grimna pursued application and transformation. Where he saw wisdom to be contemplated, she saw power to be harnessed. Their first confrontation came in the shadow of the Whispering Cliffs, where one of the larger scales had embedded itself in ancient limestone. The elven Archimage arrived on a conjured breeze, his silver-embroidered robes of midnight blue billowing around his tall form. The dwarven smith emerged from a crevice in the stone itself, having navigated the hidden tunnels that riddled the world like veins in a living body. "Master Molder Destinos," Talon acknowledged with a stiff bow, his melodic voice tight with restraint. "I might have known you would rush to plunder this tragedy." Grimna's laughter rumbled like distant thunder. "When I should have anticipated finding you here to write pretty poems about it, rather than understanding its true purpose. Archimage Dancer de Chamas." Between them, half buried in stone, the dragon scale pulsed with inner light, its surface reflecting neither fully like metal nor crystal, but something altogether more profound. As they approached it from opposite sides, the scale reacted, projecting a vivid image into the air above it. Zirathax soaring through storm clouds, teaching younger dragons the paths between stars. Both scholars froze, their quarrel momentarily forgotten. The memory was so crisp, so alive, that they could feel the rush of wind beneath powerful wings, taste the electricity of the gathering storm. "A perfect preservation charm," Talon breathed, professional admiration overcoming his antipathy. "No," Grimna countered, her expert eye narrowing. "Not a charm. This is memory made manifest. The scale itself lives." Their eyes met over the luminous projection, centuries of academic rivalry, suddenly insignificant against this revelation. Without words, a temporary alliance was forged, for neither could gather all the scales alone, and both now understood that something far more significant than academic prestige hung in the balance. In the days that followed, they tracked the fallen scales across the 5 kingdoms, from the twilight depths of the Fathomwood, where shadows moved with purpose and whispered secrets to those who knew how to listen, to the storm-lashed peaks of the Tempest Range, where the very air crackled with wild magic. Each scale they recovered revealed another fragment of draconic memory and wisdom, pieces of a puzzle neither had anticipated. They sheltered from a blizzard in the ruins of an ancient temple, the magic of their combined arts creating warmth against the howling winds outside. Grimna methodically arranged 7 recovered scales on a cloth emblazoned with dwarven runes, while Talon consulted a map marked with the locations of those still missing. "The pattern becomes clearer," the elf said, breaking their companionable silence. "These are not random memories. They form a sequence, a teaching." Grimna nodded, her usually stern features softened by the scale's gentle illumination. The eastern scale shows the creation of mountains, the western, the seeding of forests, the northern, the birth of rivers, and the southern scale reveals the kindling of stars, Talon added. These are not merely memories. They are instructions, they concluded in unison, looking at each other with newfound respect. The 23rd scale they recovered, from the depths of a sacred pool in the midst of the great desert, changed everything. As they carefully lifted it from the crystalline waters, this scale showed not Zirathak's teaching or creating, but transforming. The mighty dragon coiled around himself, scales shedding, form dissolving into pure energy before beginning to reshape into something new, a process interrupted by some ancient cataclysm. He wasn't dying, Talon whispered, centuries of research crystallizing into sudden understanding. He was evolving, becoming something beyond dragon. The eternal dragon, Grimner's voice held uncharacteristic awe, not a title, a state of being. Their journey acquired new urgency. Lords and chieftains across the realms had begun to covet the scales, seeing them as weapons or treasures rather than pieces of a greater whole. The High King of Avendare offered them riches beyond measure for the scales they'd gathered. The Elven Council demanded Talon surrender his findings in the name of preserving their forest realm. The Dwarven Thanes threatened to strip Grimner of her clan rights if she did not forge the scales into weapons for their ancient war against the deep, dark creatures. They rejected all demands and fled into the wilderness, their unlikely friendship forged stronger with each passing day. Talon's theoretical knowledge complemented Grimner's practical wisdom in ways neither had anticipated. The elf found himself admiring the dwarf's steadfast determination and insight, while she grew to respect his patient contemplation and vast knowledge. "If we succeed," Grimner said one evening as they camped beneath the stars, the pouch containing 32 dragon scales glowing softly between them, "our peoples will call us traitors." Talon nodded, his eyes reflecting the distant fires of the cosmos. "And if we fail, the world loses something irreplaceable. Knowledge that predates our civilizations. Not just knowledge," Grimner corrected, her strong hands caressing the hammerhead that had been in her family for 12 generations. "Life, a kind of life we've never known." The final scale waited at the pinnacle of Dawn Mountain, the tallest peak in all the 5 kingdoms, where legend held that dragons were born from the first rays of the world's first sunrise. As they ascended the treacherous slopes, armies gathered below. Elven archers and dwarven warriors, united for once in their determination to stop what they could not understand. The summit glowed with amber light as they crested the final ridge, exhausted but resolute. There, hovering above a natural altar of rose-colored stone, the largest scale pulsed like a heart, waiting. Below, the armies began their ascent, the glint of weapons visible even from such heights. "There's no time for debate," Grimner said, withdrawing the other scales from her enchanted pouch. "The ritual must begin now." Talon nodded, his scholar's hands steady as they arranged the scales in the pattern they had deciphered, a spiral of creation and transformation. And the Elven High Arcanists believe these scales could power spells to move mountains, to reshape the very land to their advantage. "And my kin would forge weapons to annihilate their enemies for 1,000 years, Grimner added grimly. "Neither understands what would be lost." Together, they began the incantation, his words in the flowing language of arcane manipulation, her voice chanting the earthen tones of transformative crafting. The scales responded, rising to orbit around the central fragment, moving faster as the chant intensified. Light poured from the spiral, a column of radiance shooting into the heavens above and the earth below. As the armies below halted in awe and fear, the scales began to merge, their crystalline surfaces flowing together like mercury, contracting and expanding in a rhythm reminiscent of breathing. Within the luminous mass, a shape began to form, neither fully dragon nor fully anything else recognizable. Wings unfurled that seemed made of starlight, Scales of opalescent splendor covered a form both serpentine and leonine. Where Zirathax had been magnificent in his ancient draconic glory, this new being transcended conventional understanding of form and beauty. As it opened eyes that contained galaxies, Talon and Grimna felt its consciousness touch their minds with gentle gratitude. You chose rebirth over power. Its voice resonated within them, wisdom over dominion. The creature, the reborn eternal dragon, spread wings that seemed to span the horizon and rose into the air above the astonished armies. Its voice echoed across mountains and valleys, forests and plains, reaching every ear in the five kingdoms simultaneously. The age of division ends. The age of renewal begins. From the summit, Talon Danza de Chamas and Grimna Molda Destinos watched as the dragon soared toward the rising sun, its form shimmering with promise. Their hands found each other across the ancient divide between their peoples, fingers slender and elegant intertwining with those calloused and strong. "What happens now?" Grimna asked, for once without certainty in her steady voice. Talon's smile held the wonder of a scholar who had witnessed the impossible. "The now, old friend, we begin the hardest task of all." Below them, elves and dwarves stood together in confusion and wonder, ancient hatreds momentarily forgotten in the face of miracle. "Now," the Archimage continued, "we teach them what we have learned, that together we create wonders that alone would be impossible." The dawn light caught the tears in Grimna's eyes, turning them to diamonds as she squared her shoulders. "A new forging, then, indeed," Talon agreed as they began their descent toward the waiting world, the most important one of all. Story 6. At the twilight boundary where the eternal forests of Silverhaven met the proud mountains of Iron Deep, the earth trembled and split. When the dust settled, a structure of impossible architecture stood where once only a barren no-man's land had stretched. Its walls of opalescent stone rose and curved in defiance of natural law, their surfaces etched with runes that shimmered like captured starlight, half in the flowing script of the Elves, half in the angular carvings of dwarven craft. A labyrinth had emerged from the depths of time itself, and with its arrival came the haunting melody that called to the children. The song was heard only by the young. Like wind through ancient hollows, it whispered of wonders and secrets, of magic older than the mountains. Within a fortnight, 17 children had vanished, 9 from the elven glades and 8 from the dwarven halls. Among them were Leofwin, son of the master huntress Eloan Passos Silenciosos, and Breatha, daughter of the royal cartographer Durgan Barba de Ferro. Eloan knelt at the edge of the labyrinth's entrance, her slender fingers tracing the impressions left by her son's footprints in the soft earth. Her silver-flecked eyes narrowed, the faint luminescence common to her kind intensifying with determination. 3 days she had tracked him, following a trail that would have been invisible to any hunter of lesser skill. The whispers of the forest had guided her, the trees themselves bending to murmur their witness. The children went willingly, dancing as if to music only they could hear. "Stand aside, elf. Your kind has already trampled enough evidence." The gruff voice behind her belonged to a stocky figure, half her height but twice her width. Despite his short stature, the dwarf carried himself with the unmistakable dignity of one who had mapped the deepest places of the world. His russet beard was braided with silver clasps, bearing the insignia of the Iron Deep Cartographer's Guild, and the intricate mechanical compass hanging at his belt marked him as a master of his craft. Eloan rose to her full height, a fluid motion that spoke of centuries perfecting the art of the hunt. "Durgan Barba de Ferro," she acknowledged, her melodic voice cool as mountain spring water. "I wondered when Iron Deep would send someone, though I expected warriors, not map makers." "Warriors cannot find what is lost," Durgan replied. unfurling a parchment covered in complex calculations and half-completed sketches of the labyrinth's entrance. My breather is within. I intend to chart a path to her, with or without elven interference. For a long moment, ancient prejudices hung in the air between them, like an unsheathed blade. Then Elowin's gaze fell upon a small wooden figurine, clutched in Durgan's thick fingers, a carved owl, its wings spread in flight. She had crafted its twin for Leofwin on his 10th birthday. "Your daughter," she said softly. "She carves." Durgan's weathered face betrayed a flicker of surprise. "And I, finest young woodcarver in 3 generations, though where a dwarf child learned such delicacy." His voice trailed off as understanding passed between them. "My son plays the stone drum, a dwarven instrument." Elowin's lips curved in the ghost of a smile. "Perhaps our children are wiser than their parents." The dwarf harumphed, but his posture softened almost imperceptibly. "The labyrinth changes. I've watched it for 2 days. Passages shift, entrances appear and vanish. Then we need both my tracking and your mapping," Elowin concluded. She extended her hand, an offer unthinkable just moments before. "A truce, Master Cartographer, for the children." Durgan's calloused palm met hers with surprising gentleness. "For the children, Huntress." As they stepped across the threshold together, the runes along the walls flared with azure light, and the entrance sealed behind them with the sound of stone sighing into stone. The first chamber of the labyrinth was a perfect dome, its ceiling a mosaic depicting a night sky unknown to either elf or dwarf, constellations in configurations no astronomer had ever recorded. 7 archways led outward, each threshold carved with symbols that seemed to shift when viewed directly. "Your elven sight may be sharper, but my people have navigated the lightless depths for millennia," Durgan said, removing a crystal from his pack that glowed with steady blue radiance when he whispered to it in the secret language of stone. "This is Heartlight. It will never lead us astray while underground." Elowin nodded, withdrawing a slender flute carved from pale wood. "And this is Wind Whisper. It will sound discordant if danger approaches." Her fingers danced across the instrument, producing notes that somehow conveyed the sensation of distant laughter. They chose the central archway, its frame adorned with spiraling patterns that resembled both roots and rivers. As they passed beneath it, the very air thickened like honey, and visions engulfed them both. They stood upon a high plateau beneath 3 moons, watching as beings of pure light descended from the heavens. These luminous entities shaped the first elves from starlight and song, giving them the gift of harmony with all growing things. Simultaneously, they formed the first dwarves from Mountain Heart and Molten Core, blessing them with the secret language of stone and metal. Together, not separate, twin guardians of a world newly born. The vision faded, leaving Elowin and Durgan gasping, leaning on each other for support. "What trickery is this?" the dwarf demanded, though his voice lacked conviction. "Not trickery," Elowin whispered. "Memory. The labyrinth is showing us what was forgotten." They proceeded deeper, each chamber revealing another fragment of shared history. They saw elves and dwarves building great wonders together, cities where crystal towers and stone foundations created harmonies when the wind blew through carefully designed channels. They witnessed the forging of 7 keystones, artifacts of immense power created by the combined arts of both peoples to maintain the boundaries between dimensions. In one vision, they observed a terrible war against beings of shadow and void, creatures that slithered between realities, seeking to devour all light and substance. The elves and dwarves stood together, keystones blazing, sealing the dimensional rifts through which the enemy came. Our histories speak nothing of this alliance," Durgan murmured, as they rested beside a fountain whose water flowed upward instead of down. Nor do ours, Elowen replied, sharing dried berries from her pouch that glowed faintly in the dimness. Yet I feel the truth of it in my bones. As do I, the dwarf admitted, offering her in return a piece of stone bread that tasted of minerals and mountain herbs. But what caused the sundering between our peoples? The next chamber answered their question. Here they witnessed betrayal, not between elf and dwarf, but by a third party. Beings who appeared sometimes as elves, sometimes as dwarves, sowed seeds of mistrust through careful manipulation spanning centuries. Wars erupted, knowledge was lost, the keystones were hidden or destroyed, and the guardianship of the world's boundaries was forgotten. The Fomori, Elowen breathed, recognizing the shapeshifters from ancient elven warnings. We thought them myths. We call them the Faceless Ones, Durgan said grimly. Legends to frighten dwarvelings. Not legends, the labyrinths seemed to say as they pressed onward. The walls themselves pulsed now with urgency, guiding them toward the center. Passages that should have led away somehow turned back inward. Stairways descended only to rise again. The logic of space itself bent around them. At last, they emerged into a vast circular chamber where the ceiling opened to a sky neither recognized. Stars in impossible colors wheeled above a horizon ribboned with aurora lights. In the center of the chamber stood a crescent-shaped table of living crystal, and seated at it were beings neither elf nor dwarf, yet somehow both and more. They were the weavers of reality, the last survivors of those who had shaped the world at its beginning. Their forms shifted like smoke, sometimes resembling ancient elves with eyes of depthless wisdom, other times appearing as dwarves whose beards contained galaxies, and gathered around them, wide-eyed with wonder rather than fear, were the missing children. "Lay off, Wyn!" Elowen cried, her composure breaking at last. "Britha!" Durgan's voice cracked with emotion. The children turned, their faces illuminated with knowledge no child should possess. They smiled, but their eyes held the weight of worlds. "Mother," Leofwin said, his voice echoing strangely as if coming from both the boy and the chamber itself. "Father," Britha greeted Durgan with similar resonance. The eldest of the weavers rose, a figure whose true appearance was impossible to fix in memory. "The children are safe," the being said, in a voice that sounded like many speaking in perfect harmony. "They have been chosen." "Chosen for what?" Durgan demanded, one hand going to the axe at his belt. "To become what you once were," another weaver explained. "Guardians, the boundaries between realities thin once more, the void. Hungerers gather their strength. The keystones must be reforged, the ancient pact renewed. Our children are too young for such burdens," Elowen protested, though her voice faltered as Leofwin approached her, with movements more graceful than any she had taught him. "We were not taken, Mother," he said, touching her hand. "We answered a call written in our blood since the first days, half-remembered songs from before we were born." Britha nodded, her small fingers finding Durgan's. "The knowledge was always there, Father. Like how I knew to carve wood, though no dwarf taught me. Like how Leofwin plays stone drums, though no elf showed him." The truth dawned on them both then. Their children, like others in both realms, had been born with echoes of the forgotten alliance, small rebellions against the artificial division between their peoples. "You have a choice," the weavers continued. "Your children will remain here to learn the ancient ways, to prepare for what comes, but the world must be readied for their return. Someone must bridge the chasm between elf and dwarf once more." "You ask us to become ambassadors," Durgan said, his tactical mind grasping the implication immediately. "To enemies who have hated each other for millennia," Elowen added, the impossibility of the task settling upon her shoulders. "Yes," the weavers confirmed, but you will not go empty-handed. The labyrinth has shown you the truth, and truth, properly wielded, is the mightiest weapon of all. Durgan and Elowin looked at each other, then at their children. In that moment, standing in a place between worlds, hunter and cartographer made the same decision. I will map this new path, Durgan said, and I will track this ancient truth, Elowin added. Behind them, the labyrinth shifted once more, opening a new passage, one that would lead them back to a world unprepared for what was coming. Ahead of them, their children stood with the weavers of reality, already beginning a transformation that would make them guardians of all existence. Between past and future, elf and dwarf joined hands again, no longer reluctant allies, but the first threads in a tapestry being rewoven after ages of unraveling. The labyrinth of forgotten echoes had shown them their shared history. Now they would write its next chapter together